as you want. You can start. Thank you.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you very cordially to our today's meeting under mobilecare, social dialogue as a tool to improve the conditions of functioning of intra-EU labour mobility in home-based care services. Ladies and gentlemen, the project is already at the stage which is quite advanced, and many activities have been actually implemented and completed, and there is another online meeting in this formula, in this hybrid formula actually, and our agenda will allow for a discussion, but especially for presentation of the document on policy, and there will be an important voice from our colleague from the European Labour Mobility Institute. So welcome, and after the break we will continue the presentation on the strategic document and we will discuss the next steps. So what will happen next? And we'll talk about the meeting in Poland on the 11th and 12th of March, but we'll discuss that in a moment. Now we'll start with other bits of information about the progress of implementation of the project. So here we've decided together with Marek Benio. Welcome, Marek. I am so glad to see you here and discuss this subject matter. And Marek Benio will take over in a second, and he will introduce us into the progress and implementation of the project. So I am glad because it is the beginning of a new year, and we already can meet not only to discuss the social dialogue per se and labour mobility, but generally it is very pleasant and nice to see all of you, especially that we have a chance to meet on other occasions, other events of the implemented projects, so it is always my pleasure. And let me take advantage of this opportunity and wish you all the best for the new year, many successes, prosperity, and great progress in implementation of our joint projects. So, welcome to all of you. I am so glad to see so many of you. And now, Marek Benio will take over, and on behalf of the Federation of Polish Entrepreneurs, I'd like to say it is my pleasure to see you here. I could meet you on behalf of the organization and start off the meeting, and now Marek will take over. Thank you.
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm so glad to be able to start this meeting after Grażyna's introduction. I will speak in my part, I will speak in English. I think it will be easier for all the participants and those of us who are listening and watching on YouTube. Welcome to Mobile Care Project. My name is Marek Benio. I'm Vice President and co-founder of the European Labour Mobility Institute. And together with my colleague Marcin Kiełbasa, we have prepared for today a summary of policy recommendations, which are one of the most important outcomes of the project itself. And let me begin with announcement and invitation to the European Labour Mobility Congress, which will be the last event, the last formal event of this project, and it will take place on 11th and 12th of March. That's in the middle of the week, so it's very convenient if you want to take 2 days off and come to Warsaw. because we are organizing this Congress live, and it's an in-person meeting. We hope to host up to 300 participants from all over European Union, but also from outside of the EU. We already have few enrollments from Ukraine, but also from as exotic places for European labor mobility as Korea, the Republic of Korea, and Ghana. So the interest in the issues of labor mobility within the framework of freedom to provide services is growing also outside of the European Union. And those of you who participate in the mobile care project will, of course, be present there, and there are no excuses. We will have at least 2 sessions related to mobile care project, and there will be discussion sessions during the Congress. They will be organized in the second day of the Congress during the practical workshops. One of them will be devoted to policy issues, and the second one will be more technical about the standards of employment and standards of the service itself. As I'm going to smoothly go to the conclusions through my presentations, and you will see that these 2 issues were the most important ones for all the participants in the project. Let me tell you a few words about the project itself. And the project, as you see, is called Mobile Care, and it's about social dialogue as a tool to improve the conditions of functionings of intra-EU labor mobility in home-based care services, which basically means that the aim of the project focuses on 3 matters. One is to boost social dialogue, as we all believe that social dialogue is actually the true solution to improving the conditions of employment of caregivers, but also to improving the quality of service and affordability of service. And in a minute, I will show you that one of the most important results of the demographic changes in the European Union is the pressing need for caregivers. The second matter is the intra-EU labor mobility. We have defined live-in care services and as one of the services which is based on workers' mobility and service mobility. Workers' mobility is less easy to measure because we speak here about direct employment very often, or I would say in majority, that would be undeclared employment. But when it comes to freedom to provide services, that is another type of work mobility in the European Union, we speak about posting of workers. So the workers are employed formally in one country and temporarily carry out their work as caregivers in another member state. And for some reasons that I will describe later, this service is very highly mobile. It is a paradox because the service, of course, is provided in-house in the household of the care recipients, but the workers, the caregivers, they are one of the most mobile groups of workers in the European Union, next to construction and transportation. That would be the most mobile, isolated or defined group of workers in the European Union. And the reasons for this mobility are manifold. One of them, of course, are still existing differences in living standards and employment conditions and the level of earnings in particular member states of the European Union. But this gap was closing as we were watching this process during the 2 years of the project. So the economic pressure is no longer the most important driver of mobility for caregivers. And the other important drivers are the circumstances in which this service is provided. And it is only a hypothesis, and we need a fourth project, because this one is the third one in a row, in order to explore whether this is true or not. But the hypothesis is that it is much easier to convince someone to live and work in a household with the service recipient if this person is from a farther distance, comes from a farther distance, than if it's just a next door neighbor or next block neighbor. So those are the reasons why mobility of caregivers is so important for the European Union. Also because of the differences in types of jobs that are popular in particular member states, the very presence of caregivers from other member states allows local women to not to quit their jobs to take care of the senior in the family, but to continue their work even beyond their pensionable age in a profession which basically brings more income to the family. This way, we have a sort of service, a kind of service that not only provides the care, which is, of course, the most important part, but also stimulates the employment mobility within the European Union, which contributes, as a result, to convergence of the economic situations and convergence of welfare in the European Union. So the third matter, along with social dialogue and labor mobility, is care services. So the aim of the project is the need for improved social dialogue and intra-EU labor mobility, with a specific focus on this very service, which is provided in the households of the care recipients. The EU policy context was changing as we were proceeding with the project, which is also a very interesting and important issue, because we had to adapt our research and also our findings to the new ideas that emerged on the EU policy level. And of course, when we started the project, the European Pillar of Social Rights was already there. It was in the place. It was announced in the autumn of 2017. And one of the 20 points of the social pillar, European social pillar rights, was the long-term care. And the wording is very important here. Everyone has the right to affordable, long-term care services of good quality, in particular, home care and community-based services. So the European Commission has acknowledged the importance of living care as one of the legitimate legal the service which gives the right to be taken care of when the time comes. So when you are in need of care because of the age, but also because of disabilities. The second very important document came into light in 2022, and that was the more detailed European care strategy for caregivers and care recipients. And we clearly see here that the political context puts emphasis on the two most important actors in the game, that is the care recipient and the caregiver, and not forgetting about the needs for care. We also have to put it into economic context of the European Union. And a very important document that also was playing role in our project was the 2024 Mario Draghi report about competitiveness of the European Union. So when we establish fair employment conditions, when we will be recommending, and in few minutes I will, on behalf of our research group, recommend imposing or introducing standards for employment and standards for the quality of service, we also need to remember that the European Union needs deregulation and needs simplification of the procedures. So if you understand how difficult it is, on one hand, to have more regulations, but on the other hand, we need less regulations also in this very important social area from the social policy perspective. And last but not least, in 2025, we had seen or witnessed the signature of Pact for European Social Dialogue, which basically encourages social partners all over Europe to take policy matters in their hands. And as you remember from the title of our project, this is a very important part of the project, because we believe that it is only with the participation of the social partners that we can have this very well-balanced compromise between affordability of the care, of the services on one hand, and high employment standards for caregivers on the other hand. So yes, it is the project that tries to resolve the everlasting economic problem of high demand and low supply. And we'll be talking about demand and supply in a second. I just want to say that this project is a continuation, or I should say it builds on the conclusions and achievements of two previous projects devoted to care services. The first one was running from 2020 to 2022, and it was called Post Care, and it was devoted to posting of third country nationals in care services. And we were researching the current state of play and scenarios for the future. And this was 5 years ago when we started this project. In that project, we managed to establish the basic diagnosis of the most important problems to overcome in this sector. We were trying to understand the nature of the service itself, and we were studying legal frameworks, and I'm using plural because it's a number of legal frameworks and not just one unified legal framework for provision of the services and for employment of especially third country nationals in this line of service. The continuation of this project, which ran from 2022 until 2024, was called Postcare 2.0, and it was not so much a research project, but it was more an information project. So building on the first Postcare project, we were trying to create institutionalized information channels for caregivers, but also for care recipients and for the companies who provide care services in order to give them trainings, consultations. So we are back in 2024, and we start this new project, mobilecare, with the participants from 7 member states. And they are listed here, so you can always find the reference who was participating in the project. I will just point out a very important feature of this partnership. We've collected not only experts from 7 member states, but what is important, they represent various groups of interests. They represent trade unions, they represent employer organizations, and also non-government organizations. So you will notice that we were able to look at the service provision of live-in care as from different angles, from different perspectives. And indeed, in our documents and also in our discussions earlier, it was very visible that that we have to include the interests of all the stakeholders possible. In one of the previous projects, we defined those stakeholders, and apart from caregivers, care recipients, the family members, the state, there was the category called other. And in that category, we've listed social partners. This project is bringing social partners into the first front line, I would say, when it comes to policy making and creating the standards both for employment and for the care itself. So when we speak about this project, we did it as a research project. So it started with designing research questions and then adapting these research questions in the questionnaires addressed to caregivers and service providers. Then we had run interviews and focus groups discussions with experts, social partners, and policymakers on national levels, on local levels even. And a very important part of the research was desk research, especially when it comes to comparative analysis of legal frameworks and statistics across the countries that are represented in the project. So the outcome is 7 national reports from Lithuania, Poland, Serbia, Germany, Spain, Malta, and Italy, and 1 summative comparative report, followed by the Delphi method, which allowed us to have few rounds of discussion and gathering feedback from the experts from all the participants, which then in turn allowed us to design the policy recommendations. And going a little bit against the flow of this research, we will start with the policy recommendations, with presenting the policy recommendations, and then we'll describe the Delphi method and the conclusions from arising from that. And this will be done by my colleague Tobias Ibing from VHBP, that is Association of Service Providers of Live-in Care in Germany. Last but not least, part of the project which has started, and today's meeting is a part of this point, is, of course, dissemination of the results, because we want as many policymakers, as many social partners to be aware of the problems that we all need to overcome and discuss before we take any political decisions and design the new legal framework for care services, if there is a need for the new legal framework for care services. So this dissemination is done by online webinars and conferences like today, but also the final point will be at the European Labour Mobility Congress. And also, as we go with the project, we promote the information that we managed to gather on the website of the project, on the websites of the partners of the project, and also through social media. So please follow us, especially in respective countries, in order to get the glimpse of the social and economic importance of the living care services. So after this short introduction about the project itself, let me present the policy recommendations as we established them in the effort of this consortium. My colleague Marcin Kiełbasa has helped me to prepare this presentation, but also previous presentations for the policy recommendation. So I will also ask all of you present here to comment on the policy recommendations as we go through them point by point. Before we go to the recommendations, we need to take a picture of the European status quo when it comes to the provision of services, of this service, the living care service. So let me begin with defining the stakeholders, otherwise called as actors in the market. And the most important pair that is obvious is the person who is in need of care and the caregiver. Now, the very characteristic of the person who is in need of care, it's his or her vulnerability. This is why this service cannot be provided, or it's very difficult to be provided directly to the service recipient, because he would have incredible problems in playing the role of the employer. Of course, they use the service, they benefit from the service, but it would be very difficult to call them employers. That's why in this type of service, we need some kind of intermediary, and this intermediary usually is a company who provides the service on one hand, but on the other hand, the intermediary is the family of the service recipient. So it is a kind of deal by a proxy, a contract not direct contract between the service provider and service recipient, but between a company and a family of the person in need of care. The person who is in need of care is also the final recipient of the service, which basically means that himself and his family are the basic source of financing or covering the cost of this service, which I will show you in a minute will become one of the biggest obstacles or problems when realizing this point 18 of the European social pillar of social rights, which is to provide the right of everyone to affordable and high quality care. The reason for that is that, and this is the very strong characteristic of this service, that the recipient of the service, unlike in many other services that are provided intra-EU, cross-border, internally within the European Union, the service recipient here is also an end consumer. This means that the budget of the family of this end consumer is the final limit beyond which you cannot escalate the cost of the service. So how do we proceed with that, having in mind, on the other hand, that we want to provide fair employment conditions for caregivers and acknowledgements of their very hard work. This acknowledgement also means economic acknowledgement. Now, because there is no further clients to whom the cost of the service may be conveyed, and the cost of employment of a caregiver on a one-to-one basis. So it's not like in the institutionalized care where you have one caregiver per 5 to 10 patients. It is one-to-one service. We need to take into consideration the very fabric of this service and look at it from the perspective of the work time. And work time, as I will show in a minute, is probably one of the most controversial topics which needs to be resolved here, along probably with the costs of living and maintenance. So, who are the other actors important in this sector? Well, obviously, the state. The state is each member state, of course, is interested in solving the very burning social problem, which is the provision of services, not necessarily done by the members of the family, the traditional way, I would say 19th, 18th, and earlier centuries way, but in a modern way by provision of the service who is done not by the family member. Why is this important? It is important because of the aging of population, which basically means that more and more people live till higher age. Aging of the population does not mean that we all live beyond 100 years. It basically means that less and less people die prematurely. This involves or entails a risk of more and more people living till pensionable age. This is not a disaster yet, but more and more people living till the age when they need care assistance in daily routines of another person. And in extreme cases, this means that more and more people live to the age that we all are in risk of dementia and other neurological diseases, which influence the daily routine, which influence our daily life. If we let family members to take care of the elderly in our families, they would have to quit their jobs earlier than their pensionable age, and they would have to do this unpaid work, because if it's a family member, this work is unpaid, for a long time. This will in turn jeopardize their income for the future, their income when they finally retire. So the very presence of caregivers allows the potential, the economic potential of middle-aged generation to continue their work and to continue their professional career and not turn into caregiver. So the state is interested in providing the care to a growing number of people who are in need of care. And apparently the institutional care is although a very high quality and run by professionals, it is the last choice when it comes to the care recipient. This is another feature of this service, that elderly people don't like to be moved to the institution. They prefer to age in their home, preferably with their family. So if they need assistance, this assistance should be affordable to them. Also, because of the growing demand for this service, the institutional care is no longer able to meet this demand. So the more and more popular individual care, which is carried out in the household of the service recipient. Of course, the policymakers are also a very important group of actors here, because they would try to win the elections, basically on the basis of how they deal with this growing demand for care. This is a very similar topic to pensionable age. Very controversial, very difficult reforms to attack or to introduce, but at the same time, very much needed reforms. So from the perspective of the political parties and from the perspective of policymakers, also civil servants who try to draft the legislation for those policies, it is a very difficult issue to resolve. A very important, often neglected part of this picture are the working population, because they are the taxpayers who would or would not be willing to subsidize this type of service. As we will come to the conclusion, to this description of the conclusion, one of the solutions is, of course, heavy state support for this type of service, which basically means that other members of the society, not the family only, not the service recipient only, but other members of the society would also have to bear the part of the cost of this service. And last but not least, and I would say from the perspective of our project, the third most important actor are social partners, representatives of trade unions and representatives of employer organizations. They are the ones in whose hands the shaping of the future policy for care, for living care services should be done. We have noticed during our meetings, and as I said, we had representations of trade unions and employers' organization, that they have to come to the agreement when making those policy choices for the future. Of course, our project is not in a vacuum. We have not invented this service. This service is in place for many, many years now. and we have a very specific social demographic context. The most important part of this context is that the populations are aging. So this means that there is a rising demand of care, which outpaced the national systems. So the current national systems are no longer able to provide a high quality, affordable care for all those who need it. That's why the importance of individual care provided in-house of the care recipient is more and more important. And also the statistics show that the aging of the population leads to higher old age dependency ratio. Dependency ratio is the ratio between those who no longer can work and those who are in the working age population, working age group. And this could be measured as demographic dependency ratio or system dependency ratio. Demographic dependency ratio is the indicator that simply shows the number of people who are over, and here we put contractual pensionable age, let's say 65, and those who are between 18 and 65. And the ratio of the two groups is changing rapidly in all over Europe. There are countries like Poland, for instance, where this process is coming a little bit later than in other member states, but at a much faster pace. So sooner or later, we will catch up the other already aged populations in the European Union. But when there are small differences between the old age dependency ratio, there is also a tendency that some of the working force from countries where the old age dependency ratio is not so high are willing and ready to take jobs in other member states as caregivers. Whereas if this ratio is already very high, then the workers will stop leaving their country because they will be able to easily find well-paid job in the same profession in their home country. This constitutes or will constitute in the near future a problem for the countries like Germany and Austria, the Netherlands, who heavily based their live-in care systems on caregivers from other member states. The reaction of the policymakers in those member states is to open their borders to third country nationals and to conclude intergovernmental bilateral agreements with countries like Philippines or Vietnam on the provision of caregivers, basically. So this is already happening when we speak, and those policies are put in place in those countries. Understanding this mechanism also calls for finding a different solution than our neighbors applied few years ago. So it is also a warning not to follow up with the same steps the experience of the a little bit more mature or more aged populations in Europe, because it may be too late for the younger populations when they age. A very important socioeconomic factor or demographic factor is also increased female labor market participation. This was taking place for the last 50 years, to say the least. And this means that the availability of informal caregivers is going down. The informal caregivers, meaning members of the family or members of the local community, the closest neighbors, they continue their work and they participate actively in the labor market. So they are no longer available to take care for elderly. And women filling their caregiving roles often are immigrants. So this is the reason why this service is heavily reliant on third country nationals. This was visible in two previous projects, and this project shows exactly the same phenomenon. And we also have a very strong shift of preferences. So the research from the late 90s already was showing, done in Switzerland, was showing that the preferred type of care is the care provided in-house in the household of the care recipient. So 80% of elderly people in this research declared that they would prefer to have the caregiver in their home, living with them, than moving to an institution. And in the late 90s, early 2000s, indeed, it was the ratio was the opposite. 80% of elderly ended up their lives in some kind of institution, hospice, hospital, or old age house. So this dream or this preference of being taken care of in your home has never been realized. The labor market challenges are the second part of this picture, a very important one. And this basically means that aging of the population also leads to shortages of labor. So the domestic caregivers, especially in rural areas, are no longer available. The sector, therefore, highly depends on third country nationals, and it will continue to depend on third country nationals. Also, informal employment and working conditions are a very important labor market challenge, because we observe in our research, it showed clearly that some of the migrant carers are especially vulnerable to precarious employment and also to working in the black market, which puts them in a very unfavorable position, because when they are spotted, when they are caught, they not only risk their job, but they also risk their residence permit, which basically means they may be expelled from not only the country they work in provision of this service, but also from entire Schengen zone or European Union. And we have witnessed such cases during our project, at early stage of our project. And this is, of course, not something that the caregiver should pay for. This is not the price that the caregiver should pay for. Another part of the picture of this picture of the care services is very versatile, very different regulatory frameworks across the European Union. There is no comprehensive frameworks. There are no minimum standards of employment for caregivers, and social partners are not involved in the policy making process. The main reason for that being that the caregiver is a very isolated worker, in the sense that he or she does not easily communicate with other caregivers. Of course, this is changing during the last decade, especially through social media and social fora. But this is not based on social partners, not based on participation in the trade unions specifically. In turn, the trade unions tend to represent first the interests of their members. Of course, they are legally obliged to represent the interests of all the workers, but if caregivers do not join trade unions and do not participate in collective bargainings, for instance, then of course their interests are represented less. Also, there are legal loopholes which are exploited by intermediaries or agencies. The other issue which is very difficult to overcome is there is lack of framework for qualifications. So the training pathways are either absent or very fragmented. So it's very difficult to get training. And once you get it, there is no recognition mechanism of the qualifications across borders, especially when it comes to third country nationals. Because, of course, for European citizens, the recognition of the formal education is provided. Since third country nationals play more and more important role and are a larger group or portion of the caregivers, this becomes one of the most important burning obstacles to overcome. Few more problems. One is gender inequality and vulnerability of the migrants. I think I said about the vulnerability of the migrants already, but why gender inequality comes into this picture? Simply because this is a very feminized kind of job. According to various research, the number of caregivers who are female are from 60 to 80%, but it is changing. So there is a growing number of male caregivers joining this profession, but still it is mainly female job. This also, unfortunately, entails lower remuneration. Not necessarily lower than the minimum remuneration, but when it comes to working in the black market, in the undeclared work, then the pressure for lower remuneration is higher in case of female than in case of male. So there is a risk of exploitation, and for two reasons at least. One is that it is very difficult to track the working time when you work from the place or in the place where you also live. So making this distinction between working time and time off is very difficult in this line of work. This led to the accusations that this employment, it's not employment, then there is an exploitation pattern of round-the-clock availability and round-the-clock work. Of course, doing this work or conducting this work does not require to be at work 24 hours. But if you are inside the household, if you stay inside, live in the household with the care recipient, then even if your actions as care service limits to, I don't know, 6-8 hours a day, the normal working hours, these actions are shattered around the clock. So we will have problems in designing the new framework, the legal framework for tackling this very feature of the service. And one but last argument or feature of this service is access and affordability. On one hand, the public services are insufficient to meet the needs, and this leads to reliance on informal care, that is the care provided by family members or neighbors, or simply undeclared work or illegal employment. And on the other hand, we have the affordability problem, which basically means that if you want to pay a decent remuneration and acknowledge the readiness to work and also pay for the readiness to work, then of course the final price of the service exceeds the possibilities of the family budget, and then access depends on financial capacity of the family. This would call for much stronger financial support from social security systems or through taxes. In the conclusions, we came with the idea that direct cash transfers are not very healthy for the system, that a kind of non-refundable voucher system would address this problem more accurately. The problem, of course, then is to allocate the vouchers according to the needs, and that entails administrative costs of checking the state of the care recipient, but also it would basically means finding or raising the budget revenues for this kind of support. That's why, because it's so costly to the budget, many member states turn their blind eye on illegal employment in this very service. And this service is probably struck with the largest number of undeclared, or the largest proportion of undeclared workers compared to any other service sector in the European Union. The other reason for that is the protection of the household from being raided by the police or control institutions. Because this service is provided not in a factory, not in an establishment, but in a private house, there is a limited access for control institutions to private households. So only in case of severe abuse of rights, they intervene. At the same time, we must remember that live-in care boosts the EU service mobility. As I said, this is one of the three most important sectors where mobile workers are employed and posted to other member states. So it is, and indeed, the posting of of caregivers is one of the most popular among the low compliant models. So if we have a service provider who wants to play by the rules, they would probably post workers to another caregivers to another member state rather than employ them directly and use the freedom of establishment, for instance. So it is very likely to put it in real term words. It is very likely that there will be a Polish company established in Poland and recruiting caregivers in Poland and third countries like Ukraine, but also Philippines or Vietnam, and then employing them in Poland, posting them to Germany, Austria, France, the Netherlands, wherever there is higher need for this service, then a Polish company who would establish a branch in Germany, France, the Netherlands, and then recruit and hire through this branch. So this is one of the most mobile type of service in the European Union. The most important problems that we've discovered is the working time issues. And we spent one entire meeting discussing only about this. And I try to jump straight to the conclusions. You can imagine that it is very difficult to resolve. We have calculated that if the service now costs around 3,000 euro a month, it's an expensive service. If we were to hire 3.6 caregivers, because they have to cover 3 shifts for 8 hours, and they have to work on weekends as well, so 3.6 shifts, 3.6 caregivers, for a minimum remuneration, the price of the service would raise to beyond 11,000 euro. This would mean that the affordability is gone. That there is no affordability here unless we heavily subsidize this type of work. But even if we were so wealthy societies that we could afford subsidizing these 2.6 workers, because we can afford to subsidize one, and we could hire 3.6 caregiver a day, we still do not resolve the problem that you cannot change the caregiver every 8 hours, because it would be a torture for the care recipient. It is already very inconvenient for the care recipient. They sometimes call it torture, when after 2 weeks or 3 weeks or even 6 weeks of staying and living of one caregiver, there comes another caregiver. Of course, elderly people have their preferences, they have their old habits, and they like one caregiver more than the other. Changing the caregiver every 8 hours would be a torture. So it is not a high quality service. We need, therefore, to engage the social partners into a dialogue how to resolve this time flexibility problem that we need the caregiver to live and work for a couple of weeks, and at the same time, we want a very decent remuneration, acknowledgement of the fact that this person is available almost all the time, and also some strict provisions of time off when this caregiver is actually free to leave without being afraid that something will happen to the care recipient. This was the most important issue that among the partners, the experts of the partners, we were discussing. And this is probably the number one issue to be solved on the EU level. So I'm coming to the conclusion that we need to promote the social dialogue. When it comes to policy recommendations, we have formulated very general recommendations and some specific recommendations. So if you can bear with me for another 5 to 10 minutes, I will go through the general recommendations. This is only this slide, so there is no more. And then list the specific recommendations. If we need to discuss them, then I will open the floor for discussion. The general recommendations are that we need alternatives to illegal, but also informal work. Informal care is, of course, legal, but it is unpaid work. We need alternatives for both. First of all, because we need to boost the fair competition. So illegal employment, of course, jeopardizes the fair competition principle. And the alternatives to illegal and informal work are seasonal employment, because seasonal employment can ease the burden of informal work and can provide holidays for these members of the family who take care of their elderly. But also the cross-border care work, so the provision of this service by posted caregivers. I said it at the very beginning that it's just a hypothesis that needs to be researched and perhaps abolished. But the hypothesis says that it is easier to convince someone to live and work in a household of a caregiver for a couple of weeks if this person's household is far away than to convince a neighbor from next street or next block to come and take care of the elderly. The second recommendation relates to education and qualification support. We have noticed that there is a very fragmented or non-existent education pattern for caregivers. Let me remind you that those are not qualified nurses or medical or paramedical service workers. Those are persons who assist in daily routines. So they don't have to be qualified for applying medical aid or I don't know, changing bandages. They are there to help in preparing meal, in eating meal, in dressing up in the morning, going to bed, taking bath, taking walk, daily routine activities. So we need this kind of qualifications, and there are no widespread schools which would provide these qualifications. That's why the companies who offer this service, they struggle with very high employment turnover. because the caregivers tend to change their employers. They have really a good choice for whom they want to work when providing the service. And of course, it is more difficult to find a caregiver with experience, especially when our client is the client with higher demands. So, for instance, not a mobile client, the one that lies in bed most of the time. Then, of course, this is highly in demand kind of qualifications. Education and qualification support requires one more explanation. The companies who do this, and we've also researched the best practices in our research, the companies who do this well, they take special care for matching the particular needs of care recipients with the particular qualifications and experience of the caregiver. And they have developed the questionnaires for both parties in order to make this match, in order not to disappoint the client by sending someone inexperienced, but at the same time, not to disappoint the caregiver by sending him to a care recipient who has demands that they cannot fulfill. This is very important part of the recommendation to promote these kinds of standards in matching the clients with the client's needs with the caregivers' competences and skills. We also recommend the boosting of the social dialogue. We believe that establishing binational and multinational, but mainly binational, bilateral information centers would lead to better understanding of the issue by the social partners if social partners were participating in those information centers. If this would be the first step to encourage caregivers to join trade unions and employers' organizations to discuss the employment conditions with the trade unions. And last but not least, we need, and I'm saying this with a little hesitation, we need legal framework for home-based care. And especially we need minimum standards for both employment and for the service itself. I personally do not follow the recommendation of most of the partners here. I think that the most effective way would be to have it introduced on informal basis first, and then, if it works, trying to propagate it in order to for all of the companies to accept it as minimum standards. If we start to decrete it in a situation on the labor market as we witness now, and especially with such a high demand and such a low supply of this service, the risk of going under the radar and not fulfilling all those requirements is too high. So I strongly believe that we should first discuss what standards should we have, then try to propagate them rather than implement them as obligatory. And then hopefully with time, they could become a binding regulations, binding laws. I wouldn't start with heavy restrictive regulations with the economic situation and social situation that we have now. But as I said, my opinion is very isolated in the group of experts, so please bear that in mind. I'm just abusing the power of having the floor. But also I acknowledge the other recommendation that we need those standards now and that we need them enforced as quickly as possible, because the vulnerability is there as we speak. The abuse of the workers' rights is there as we speak, and also the risk of failed delivery of the service or mail service is there as we speak. And the specific recommendations, and I will only list them, although I have 8 following slides to explain them, is to introduce comprehensive legalization and standardization of live-in care work. So we're talking about the employment standards, to reduce undeclared employment and unfair competition, and we give some hints how to achieve it. That we need the transnational coordination and harmonization of the regulations. I actually believe in harmonization of labor law regulations, so this is a good step to do. And we do have coordination of social security systems, but first we need to ensure the caregivers in the systems. The coordination of social security system also relates to transferability of benefits. So it means that the care service recipient can also enjoy their vouchers or their tax exempt or their social security allowance to cover the costs of the care if they move abroad, if they move to another member state, or if part of their insurance record comes from another member state. So they've been working in another member state. We need to develop social dialogue and collective bargaining agreements in the field of care services. And we need to professionalize and certify the care work. As I said, I would start off with voluntary certification of the companies first, of the caregivers second, and then would put more emphasis on professionalization of the work. As we've noticed from all the surveys, that becoming a caregiver is not a lifetime vocation. It's usually a job that you take as additional job, or you take after you've retired from your profession. So you become a caregiver by accident. Of course, then you stay caregiver for many, many years. And this also the study shows that there are experienced caregivers who just change their job, so to speak. But it almost always starts accidentally, by accident. We also need, last 2 recommendations, we need the care systems to be crisis resilient. And by crisis, we mean the situations like COVID-19, which was which put the care services into the test. I myself remember how to, that we were thinking how to avoid the quarantine in case when the caregiver is changing shifts after 6 weeks. She's coming back to Poland, and the care recipient needs the replacement. How do we go about crossing the borders that are now basically closed? This was in early 2020. So there was no vaccine yet. There was even no tests, no frequent tests. Crisis resilient also means that if Trump wants to invade Denmark, we will have war in the European Union. Are we ready to face the war from the perspective of the care systems, of the living care system, especially if they rely on crossing internal borders of the European Union? And another phase of crisis could be economic crisis. So if you agree that we need state subsidized vouchers, and all of a sudden the economy crashes and we have an economic crisis, then of course the public finance goes down and we no longer can support this kind of service. So we need to think of those extraordinary incidents and situations that may come in the future. Of course, to be frank, we've never discussed in our group the Greenland situation from the perspective of the care service. This is just my personal remark. And last but not least, we all agreed that this service will have to rely on third country nationals. And if this is true, we need to introduce, on one hand, a fast track to employment and legal stay in the European Union for third country citizens who are willing and ready to do this work. But at the same time, we need to include them in the labor markets on fair basis. And this is very important, especially in case of third country nationals, because they know the legal framework much less than the local workers. And usually they speak the language on a much lower basis or much worse than local workers. So in this case, they are indeed double vulnerable. So we need to make sure that they will not become part of the exploitation community or exploitation world. At the same time, we need third country nationals badly to meet the growing demand because of the demographic changes. And this was, let's agree that this was my last slide. Of course, I have the explanation of those recommendations. If you would like to take floor, comment, or ask questions, if I can answer them, then of course I'm all ears. And I'll give floor back to Grażyna now before the break.
Bardzo dziękuję, Marku.
Thank you very much, Marek. It was a very interesting presentation, highly interesting recommendations. I can see that there are plenty of challenges, and it really requires a lot of outlays and expenditure to implement the recommendations and put them in place, especially in the context of all these EU challenges. So my question goes to everyone, actually. Do you have any questions after the presentation? Do you have any questions to Marek, to Marcin, who have prepared an excellent presentation for us? Do you have any questions to them? Any remarks? Anyone? Because there is still 5 minutes left before the break, so if anyone interested, you may make comments, ask questions. All right, Angel, hello, and over to you. Thank you very much, Grażyna. Good morning, everyone. Marek, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. As always, it's been very interesting, full of interesting information. I have one reflection about competences, mostly competences of caregivers. In all these projects that Marek has enumerated that preceded the current one, what was missing was a definition what care services are, because it is mostly about care services towards the elderly. These might be people with disabilities, they might have certain needs related to care, they may need some medical care as well, because they might have medical needs, or they just need assistance, companionship, and some help in everyday activities, like feeding, preparing food, everyday life. So it is necessary, in my opinion, to have a good definition of care-related services or care services, because while defining them, well, when we define them, it will be easier for us to define a caregiver, what we need from a caregiver or live-in caregiver, because there might be medical needs, if there are some illnesses of care recipients which require special medical attention, or only, in inverted commas, only assistance in everyday activities, in everyday life. Because they also need qualifications for that. In Spain, we have 2 certificates which are given after in-depth preparation, in-depth training for everyday caregivers. Marek has mentioned standards. Yes, we need to talk about standards. I fully agree that no law, no act of law will do that overnight, but I'm thinking whether in Europe we are ready to be able to establish like common qualifications for people who will be caregivers for the elderly in the European Union. And thanks to these standards, or can these standards help us establish certain goals, right? Like, is it only providing care, or third country nationals will have a possibility of employment? Because it is absolutely necessary to define these issues, to take the next step. So thank you, Marek, for all your work, for all your efforts. I fully agree with everything you have said, or the majority of the things that you have said. I just wanted to share several of my reflections and remarks. Thank you. I have a request. Well, Marek, would you like to comment on that? Because there are other hands raised. Oh, yes, Marek, you would like to respond to that. All right. So, Marek, over to you.
Yes, very shortly, because with Angel, we have spoken about this, not necessarily definition, but the distinction line between 3 types of activities. One type of activity is housework, cleaning, cooking, assisting the whole family with the house, with running the house. The second type of work is assisting an elderly person or disabled person in daily routines. This is more intimate job than the first one, because it entails touching, very close relationship, and it's much more difficult. And the third type of work is paramedic work. It's a nurse work of giving injections or applying medicine, or changing bandages, or making rehabilitation exercises. This is highly professional requirements. The problem is that in today's regulations, there is this demarcation lines are very vague, especially between the first and the second one. And we've noticed with Angel at the end of the previous projects that in Spain, very often, the family hires a housekeeper, a person who's supposed to, help to clean the house and cook meals for the family. And by accident, they add caregiving service to it. They say, oh, by the way, when you clean the house, there is a grandmother in the corner. Please clean her too. So that's the extension of one job over to another. In case of Polish caregivers, it's completely opposite. It's you hire the Polish caregiver is hired for the German care recipient, and after a while, she not only helps him to comb his hair, take bath, and eat meals, but also she loans the grass. She repairs the window, cleans windows. So we cross the border the other direction. But I think from the safety perspective, the most important line to be strict about is between medical services and purely care services, because for medical service you do need certified qualifications. And I think German system is quite good in resolving this problem. So I understand, I agree with the need to put more strict demarcation lines. And we've noticed from the good practice analysis that good companies who provide those services, they often define the care service and what is not care service in order to first avoid the abuse of the work of their employee, of the caregiver that they employed, but second, to avoid also the accusation of overtime work, additional work that was not procured by the employer. So it works in benefit of both parties. Oh, I showed the thumb. Thank you very much for this remark. And I think we give floor to Leonor.
Leonor, you are mute.
Her microphone doesn't work, so she will come with me. Sorry,
Cecilia.
apologies. I'll just remove it. Sorry for this technical issue. Thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. I just have two little questions. First, will we be able to have this PowerPoint like after the meeting? And then second, one of the, let's say, biggest questions I have is regarding the seasonal work. So how do you see this as a solution for the issues that the sector faces? Because in my perspective and from what I know, seasonal work is also very complicated and it has a lot of problems as well. And there is a lot of seasonal work with agriculture, as you probably know. And there is even a directive on seasonal work. So I just wanted to know, how do you think that will respond the challenges in terms of also, I think that you mentioned something regarding like the breaks the workers have or something like this. so I could understand the logic behind it, because for me it wasn't very clear. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you very much. I
Sorry.
go straight to the answer. Well, seasonal work is not designed for caregivers, of course, and this is one of the postulates for policy recommendations to consider this work seasonal whenever it eases the burden of informal care. So the idea is that if we acknowledge that the season is, for instance, Christmas time, or the season is in summer, when the informal carers, the members of the family, they want to go for holidays, they want to get a rest from these family obligations, then it could be considered it is not in the legal framework, it is not yet, but it could be considered as a seasonal work. So that was the idea. I'm not sure if this is a clear answer. We're far from there yet.
Yeah, okay, yes, maybe then I can also discuss on another moment, because indeed I'm even thinking in terms of, of the service provider's interest when it comes to indeed like getting the workers and so on. And yes, and I find it a bit perhaps difficult yet to foresee how that could, for example, be also yes, like a good structure in terms of having them going and coming back, for these like breaks, or as they are seasonal, because indeed when you are seasonal, you come through seasons. So yes, but okay, thank you very much.
Marcin?
Thank you, Marek. Good morning still from Krakow. Let me just touch perhaps 2 or 3 issues. Firstly, in reply to Angel, you raised a very valid point concerning the definitions or the need for a definition of the live-in care, if we can specify this term. Well, basically, we can say that there is, as Marek mentioned, a sort of a plethora of possible definitions in this regard. There is a quite recent council recommendation of 8th December 22 on access to affordable, high quality long-term care, which actually serves us some sort of definitions. The problem is that it contains definitions of, firstly, long-term care, then it speaks about home care, it speaks about residential care, and it speaks, it does not define live-in care, but it does define live-in care worker. So the definition, which is the closest to actual work we're talking about during our meeting and within the program, is precisely the definition of a live-in care worker, and the definition means a domestic long-term care worker, so a worker that carries out long-term care, who lives with the care recipients and provides long-term care, right? It's a bit idem per idem definition, as we can say, but that's probably the closest there is to the definition of live-in care in the European law right now, right? So probably this is the good foundation on which to think about definitions also in domestic legal order. The second thing is the issue of the care that is increasingly seen as the care that needs to be person-centered, right? So basically putting the person taken care of in the center of all considerations, all operations, all things, and this is probably the very right direction. This is very much indicated in the council conclusions on the transition of care systems throughout life. The title is very long, but the conclusions have been reached in November 2023, and they in point 18 they expressly recognize the individual right to be cared of, right, and that right, as the council invites member states to act, that right needs to be like the care needs to be sufficient, appropriate, affordable, high quality, and finally person-centered, right? They also talk about community-based, but this doesn't mean that it needs to be in like community homes, community houses, or community tenements. It needs to be somehow placed within communities, right? But it needs to be person-centered, and crucially, the council talks about that it is important that this care is in accordance with the choice of the person, right? And that person needs to be to have the right to be accompanied in that process and that decision, right? So the council basically states that live-in care needs to be tantamount to live-in care, which actually is provided with a person in the center according to his or her decision. Marek mentioned the Swiss research concerning that over, say, 80-something up to 90% of elderly persons would like to basically live the ripe age, the older age, in their homes, right? So this is the reflection in the European law, and I would say that perhaps this person-centered care has also a very in the latest research, it also has some sort of a gendered dimension, right? Marek mentioned also care carried out to family members, or care carried out well, for free, basically, and that basically also is accompanied by something called in the very recent research, American and European, accompanied also by the phenomenon called daughterhood penalty, right? So certain carers, of course, overwhelming majority of them women, may found themselves in a precarious position, being somehow forced by their living conditions or standards or life events to care both to their children, but also to their parents, right? So they're like somehow squashed in the middle of those two realities, and that's a very straining for them, basically, right? So also this person-centered care, coupled with trying to evade such daughterhood penalty by creating meaningful conditions for carers, would also sort of liberate very many women from that gap. And finally, fourth thought concerning what Leonor asked about seasonal work. Well, we can, for instance, look at the example of Polish law. For instance, in Polish law, if you have a permit for to carry out seasonal work in Poland, it is only to carry out the work which is connected with agricultural sector, right, and sectors which are accompanied by that sector, and so basically, if you want to have like a general work permit. So, for instance, you've got, say, a Filipinian worker who would like to work in Poland, say, in the capacity of a care worker. They will not be able to. I mean, they can apply for a seasonal work permit, but they will not be able to be granted that permit. They will be granted a general work permit, or they can come over and work perhaps on a different legal basis, but not seasonal work, right? So there is like a hard stop, a red line between seasonal work and other work permits concerning the subject of that permit. Okay, thank you very much.
You're on mute, Grażyna.
Pani profesor, mikrofon, bo...
I've sent a question. I don't know whether you can hear me or not. All right. So my question is, first of all, I thank you for the analysis. It's a very good analysis. Do you consider how national labor laws in EU countries especially can facilitate the possibility that working family members, starting at least with those who are public employees, can work in the meantime when the employed living carer needs vacation or are taking a holiday? So, I mean, the substitute for that will be a family member who can provide at least the service, at least, let's say, for a week. That's my question.
Yes, thank you very much. We were signaling this problem, but we didn't discuss the very proper proposal for the solution. I can only add that in Poland there are non-government organizations who provide care for the in case that the family member who usually takes the informal care for their elderly family member, they want to go on holidays. So there are non-government organizations who do this. But your question relates to who would replace the professional caregiver if this professional caregiver wants to go for holidays. And the answer is, in the current framework, in the current practice, it is the company who provides the service who makes sure that there is a replacement. This is one of the features of the legally designed, law-compliant system which provides continuation of the service, as opposed to direct employment with the family, especially in the black market, where you have the risk not only of someone saying, well, I'm tired, I'm leaving tomorrow, but also the risk of someone who will get drunk or who will just abandon the care recipient, and there is no institution to call to, no service provider to call to in order to get a quick replacement. So when we speak about this from the affordability point of view, from the point of view of the care recipient, I would put this human in the center. And the caregiver in the closest circle of the center, but the most vulnerable actor here is the caregiver, and we should build the whole system around care recipient, and we should build all the system around the person in need of care. I hope this answers, but we don't have the answer. That's the answer. I think Alessia was next.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but
Hello,
very,
Alessia.
very.
We didn't hear you properly. You should just put the microphone closer to your mouth because it's up. It's looking to the
Indeed.
yeah. Now it's good. Thank you.
Very good advice. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Marek, so much for this extensive and comprehensive presentation that I think reflects really well the conversation we had in the past months. Just maybe more of a comment, because I was also a bit surprised by the introduction of seasonal workers as an idea, as an alternative model. So it's something that definitely needs to be discussed further, also among the experts. But the comment is that you put it this as a solution to illegal work. This was the title of the recommendation, and I was thinking, when we talk about what I consider more undeclared work, what we call undeclared work, you call it illegal work. Wanted to say that there are research from ELA, from the European Labour Authority, from the ILO, from Eurofund, that really looked at how to tackle and combat undeclared work in this sector, and it really comes down to something that you mentioned throughout the presentation, that is about professionalizing care work, really increasing the visibility of care work in the public domain, and this subsequently could lead to also more public investment in this sector. And this is just because, as you rightly said, in order to make the care work more attractive for families and for care users, it needs to be affordable. And the only way to make it affordable, or one of the ways to make it affordable, is also to have a public investment in the sector. Otherwise, families and care users will continue to resort to undeclared work just because it's cheaper and is not attractive to make this work legal. So just wanted to comment and add, but thank you again, Marek, for this.
Absolutely. Professionalization, certification, those are the main messages. Yeah, the seasonal work, I don't know who put it there. I didn't. But it's, of course, it's not the core solution to undeclared work. No. Thank you.
If I may, I would just like to try to reply to what John asked about. Basically, quite recently in Poland, well, there's been talk about it for some time, but quite recently, the so-called respite care or relief care has been introduced, and it is like a temporary service, which basically consists in replacement of care providers, caregivers or carers in taking care of persons who are unable to live independently, especially because of their illnesses or because of their disabilities. And basically, this is the program which is currently being taken care by local governments in Poland. And it provides for relief or for support, giving 240 hours per year or 14 days a year per person, right? So this is like a program that perhaps can be an inspiration throughout to achieve the goal which you actually mentioned, right? Perhaps this could be like a model for introduction of such a care, respite care or relief care in the future. Okay, thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Chyba wyczerpaliśmy w tej
Thank you
części.
very much. I believe these have been all the questions and comments for this part of our meeting. It's 12 o'clock, and I believe we have deserved a break. Let's have a half an hour break. And we prolonged the first session a little bit, but still I believe we should meet again at 12:30. And we will start our second session at 12:30 after the break. So let's have a break for half an hour until 12:30.
Bardzo dziękuję. Nie chciałam Panu
Thank you
przeszkadzać.
very much indeed. I didn't want to cut in because you've had a brief conversation between the two of you, but now I'd like to welcome everyone after the break. And now we are moving on to the next part of our meeting.
Bardzo dziękuję i wspomnę,
I'd like to say thank you for the first presentation. We've listened to a highly interesting presentation delivered by Marek. And now, after the presentation, there were comments, remarks, questions. Marcin Kiełbasa also spoke about the presentation. So in the second half, both of you will moderate, I guess, and we can continue this part connected with recommendations, with shaping strategies, and with solving the problems connected with the care and building efficient social dialogue within our project, the project Mobile Care. So over to you, Marek and Marcin. And if there are any more questions from anyone, don't hesitate. I just wanted to say, Marek, on my behalf, that I'm very much interested in legal issues connected with employment conditions and protection of care providers, caregivers, because I can see a dilemma. To what extent it is possible to have like permanent employment, or to what extent the features of the service, characteristics of the service may lead to like atypical forms of employment, because we can have some civil contracts in Poland, or a formula of your own business activity, and that is connected with the circumstances or a typical formula of the service, or changeability, short-term nature sometimes. So all these issues for me are of great importance. They are highly interesting, but well, anyway, over to you, Marek, Marcin, and if anyone has any questions or remarks, the floor is open.
Thank you very much. I think we still have Tobias's presentation of the strategy document ahead of us. And then I will remember your question, and I will be very glad to answer it, because we had a tiny sample of how difficult it would be to negotiate the employment conditions, even if we start from the scratch. We had this at our meeting in Malaga within this project, and I think we all remember how difficult it was to come closer to the compromise, especially when it comes to working time. So I'll be very glad to come back to the forms of employment as well when discussing it. Hopefully we'll have time, but I'm also afraid that we will have to put a lot of this discussion into our Warsaw conference, to European Labour Mobility Congress. And I promise to set up a special workshop devoted to the forms of employment. I think this is a very important issue indeed for care services. So Tobias, if you are ready, thank you for joining us, and I will give floor to you, and then we'll continue with the discussion. We have time only until 2 p.m.
Thank you. Quick question though, maybe also to you and Daniel. Should I do the summary part, this 3 to 5 minutes presentation, or the big presentation with the whole stuff that we don't record? I mean, we record it, but it's not the summary video. Which do you prefer?
En principio, Sorry, Toyes. En principio, tienes tiempo sin problema para hacer tu presentación sin ningún tipo de problema, así que cuando quieras puedes comenzar. Gracias.
Okay, then I'll probably give the big presentation first, and then we can do the small one after we've got more questions as well, and then we can record after we've got all the input of everybody as well. Maybe we can integrate it into the summary video, and we can say we put a lot of effort also into discussing it after discussing it in a small group, and we discuss it in a big group. Sounds pretty good. Let's see. I will share this, but this is not the... Oh, okay. Now it's gone again. There we go. There was the summary part. Can you see the big one now? Do you see? It's paused. There we go. Well, let's start it over again. Had the wrong document open, therefore just stopped. There we go. You should be able to see the presentation now. Very good. Okay. As you probably know, we had those two documents to be prepared on sustainable living care mobility in Europe. Marek has told you a lot about the policy itself, I guess, this morning, and you probably had great discussions about what's going on at the moment and what's hopefully going on in the future. In the strategic document, we put some more effort into evaluating all the Delphi answers that you provided. We put effort into coming up with some guideline on a strategy for the European Union on living care mobility. And that's what I'm going to present to you now. I assume you all received the documents as well, because I've got them in many languages available here. So I guess they also arrived in your mailboxes probably 2 or 3 months ago. And therefore, if you've read it, this is probably nothing new. So it's just a reminder for you what you've read. Otherwise, I would try to cover most of the parts anyway, so we can have discussions on a similar knowledge base. So the first main summary, let's call it like this, is to say that we all identified this triple challenge of having elderly care being highly in demand in basically all of the aging countries. And that also includes those countries that at the moment lose caregivers to, let's say, economically more developed countries, which basically means that they have a better currency value, which is basically the main difference. So these usually more Western-lying European countries drain caregivers from the Eastern European countries, and you can have several opinions on that, but it's definitely a challenge because also these countries will need caregivers in the long run, and they in turn have to figure out where to get caregivers from, which leads to this overall care mobility. And if you think about it, then the Western European countries with pretty strong currency values or purchasing power parity, they have the benefit of being able to source from within the EU. Whereas if you already got, it's very negative term, but I will stick with it because it's how it's usually called. When they are drained, they will have to figure out how to receive caregivers from outside of Europe. But this is part of another project. And then the third challenge is even the Western European countries who have this strong purchasing power, they experience widespread informality in the sector, especially in the sector of living caregiving, but in caregiving in general. Why? Well, caregiving usually happens in the homes of people, and therefore it is pretty hard to control it. It happens in a time of your life where you are in need of a lot of funding. while at the same time, usually you don't get a lot of funding from the state to support you. And if you are planning to inherit some of the money of your relatives that you now have to take care of, you're probably not so interested in spending all their money or even your own money on top to provide care to your relatives. And to save money, and if you are from Germany, for example, with this strong social security system, there is a lot of money you can save if you decide to reside at undeclared work. That's the black market. That is, well, you know, all the problems behind it. So we've got this triple challenge of we need care. We take caregivers from Eastern European countries that Eastern European countries probably need themselves. And if we take them into the Western European countries at the moment, they are still often in informality, even though there's this strong purchasing power. So we need to tackle all of these things more or less at the same time, because fixing one of them doesn't really solve the other. And you probably also discussed this in the morning a lot, but it is clear that if we don't find a well-aligned European strategy on implementing a fix to this problem, then we probably run into different problems. And the main and largest problem, if you go to the Delphi method and the documents we provided, is that you might end up with a lot of people moving within Europe and working in informal arrangements at homes where they can't rely on work security. They might have problems with, well, if they need their own care giving paid, and at the same time, we don't have control about their mobility. And with me, I mean the European Union and its institutions. The only problem is if we want to have a lot of people in the formal live-in care sector or the care sector in general, there must be some way of financing this legal work. And at the moment, there is no real way, because the systems don't, let's say, they don't allow for this kind of work at the moment. Yeah? So that summarizes the report. And now we can go into the details. I just realized we could probably just take this part and have it as the summary video, because it was probably already 3 to 5 minutes. But here we go. The general opinion of European institutions, some of them present here, some of them in general taking care of this topic, are unanimous in stating that investing into the caregiving sector is not just cost, but it can also provide you with economical return in terms of, well, you get taxes, you get more service for your society, you get people who get into work, who then again pay more taxes, you get institutions who are usually for profit as well, but you can also have non-profit organizations that are still able to manage their own economies and so on. So caregiving is, in theory, an economic sector that building it can provide a country with benefits, unlike, for example, simple social security where you just have spendings. This kind of work you can design in a way that it is beneficial for all parties. So what did we do? We had this long meetings where we figured out how we actually want to provide this strategic document. We have the policy options provided by Marek and Marcin. We were discussing in several meetings the feasible implementation across national contexts. So we gathered all your opinions in several qualitative interviews, but also during our two-day workshop. And then again, there were consultations with several of the experts. After the first drafts of this document were built, we didn't invite you all because, well, then we would have discussed until now and we needed to finish the document. But especially the Brussels organizations from the EU were present and providing us with a lot of insights on how such a policy implementation can work out with the background of European politics. Important to note is that whatever we're providing in this document, it's not supposed to be your official position just because you're part of this project, right? I know that in these about 30 pages, there might be some paragraphs that you think are not good, and then there are other paragraphs that you think they are awesome. In the end, what we had to do is we had to compile a document that tries to sum up all of our opinions and all of our organization's opinions as good as we can. And we also got to keep in mind, still, even though we are so many people and representing so many participants in this sector, we still are basically a very small sample of the whole caregiving industry in Europe. And even though we've been talking a lot about all of these topics, also in Malaga, we realized there is a certain amount of topics that we just can't converge on, whether it is based on the policies of our organizations or the situation of the country. There are simple things and there are harder things. And whenever we found those while preparing this document, we put a lot of effort into writing them down as non-convergent topics so that everybody knows, okay, this is nothing that we, because we were able to write the document, just put on top of your heads, but we rather state them as conflicting points where we still need more discussion, or if you want to stick to the European terminology, more social dialogue. Okay. Why are we in this live-in care sector? It's basically a poster child of all the problems that can go wrong if you talk about labor mobility and the caregiving industry, because if you look into the main, let's say, symptom of all this this triple challenge and the way that caregivers drain into black markets, then you realize caregiving in the homes with usually the possibilities to stay in those homes as well, they are the least protected and they are the ones who are the least documented, even if they are in legal forms employed or self-employed. Once they arrive at the homes where they take care of the elderly, they are basically there for 1 or 2 months. They don't often meet with colleagues as they do probably, for example, in an elderly home, or when you provide non-stationary caregiving, then you probably go back to your homes and you meet with your family in the evening. These are all things that don't happen in the live-in care sector. So whenever something goes wrong in the caregiving industry where mobility is involved, usually you will see it the strongest in live-in care, which is also why live-in care is the sector with the strongest opinions from all sides of politics, I think, which is also why, for example, in Germany, and with we, I mean our politics, couldn't come to any decision on how to deal with the topic, because there are very strong opinions, because it's, yeah, if something goes wrong here, it goes really wrong. And if it goes right, then it goes really right. But the gap in between of those two poles is pretty strong. And therefore, we need the social dialogue that we are continuing here and hopefully continue for a long time afterwards. Still, the media and society accepts these caregivers as, I took a quote here, heroes or heroines that you usually can't see and that are forgotten. So that's why we are here and looking at this industry in particular, but overall, we're looking at a symptom of caregiver mobility within Europe with this triple challenge that I introduced to you on the main slide. I guess I don't need to tell you about the demographics and the EU policy. You've already talked about this, but if you want to present this somewhere else, you probably need the slide. I'm going to skip this for now because we are all in the same topic. I also already advanced to the drivers of informality, the root causes. So that's one of my main problems. I know what I want to talk about. I wrote it very structured in the slides, but if I start with a summary, then I will provide you with most of the information up front. So then the slide becomes obsolete. Here we go. What we figured out, what our strategic objectives are after knowing everything that I've already told you, is that we want to tackle the main objectives that are legal pathways for intra-EU caregiving. We want to ensure social protection and continuity of care also in the living caregiving. And we want to promote social partners and stakeholder dialogue as we do right now, but also need within the nations and for a long time in between the nations. When looking through all of the information that you provided us, that we tried to combine from everything that we did in our meetings, we learned that we are unanimous we think that there needs to be some sort of solution to close the price gap with the gray or black market. From all your information, from all your input, and from our discussions, we assume that there's about a 20% wage offset. That's a bit more, a bit less, depending on the country where you're coming from. If you, or I, for my example, take Germany, so we have about 25% of Social Security surcharge, let's put it like this. So this fits it pretty well. And then if you have this compensated, then you might be able to employ a person in the regular system, so not in a gray or black market, while providing them Social Security and at the same time the same income. But obviously for families, this is not too interesting if they can also save the money and probably give a bit more to the caregiver and save a bit more. So that's the main problem we're usually dealing with, and this is something we all converged on. We also all wrote down that we need a simplification of administration if we want to pull more caregivers into the legal sector. And one thing that we could agree upon is to have a one-stop portal to generate contracts and also to register all of the things that you need to have a caregiver, in this case in the living care industry, to have them legally employed. Because the second thing after having the financial funds is the administrative possibility to really realize legal employment type of whatever form. And if you, as a family who is completely overwhelmed with taking care of your relatives already, also have to go to several, I don't know, in Germany it's called Amt. It's probably a term that everybody understands because German Amt is probably the end boss of administration. So yeah, if you have to file for a lot of bureaucracy, even if you have the money, you might opt out of going to a legal model. Then we all agreed upon that the costs that we have to come up with is increasingly hard to come by with if we want to improve the standards as well. So we are in this divide where on the one hand we all agree upon high standards would be really good, but at the same time we all know already now it's almost not affordable to pay a caregiver to take care of a household on their own, or probably as two people, which is even less affordable. But the higher the demands are, the further the costs rise, and the further the costs rise, the less people can afford this type of care, whatever type of care we're talking about, right? So the logic option, unfortunately, is that the families and the caregivers will end up even more in the gray or black market. So we have to keep this in mind. Whatever we do, there's always a consequence of our actions. We had many discussions along providing this document on how we want to implement oversight measures. So we were talking about whether we could just meet families in their homes because we know there's somebody there. So is it okay to just knock on the door and be like, hello, this is custom services. We just want to check whether the caregivers in your home or in your service are legally employed and European citizens? Or is the sanctity of the home so important that you can't just control people in the places where they actually conduct their works? And we agreed upon that we think it must be consent-based. So there were little difficulties in combining it completely. I think, Angel, for Spain, there was the idea, okay, if you work at the home of somebody, then the home has to be controlled as well. We tried to lower the limits a bit and said, there should be at least a consent before you enter the home of somebody else. And we also agreed that if you are in the neighborhood or something like that, if you want to tip off the agencies that call it like this, that something is fishy in your neighborhood, then this can lead to an investigation that still needs the consent to enter the building, the house of somebody, the home of somebody. Yeah. We all were very in favor of portable social protection. So just to clear this up, at the moment, there is a lot of EU policy on how social security should work. And there's this regulation that there's only one social system that you are part of. But if we're talking about mobile workers in Europe, you might end up with a problem that you switch social security system several times within your work career, and probably even in the very last, let's say, 10 to 15 years of your career. So in the critical years, shortly before you end up having to apply for pensions, or where you need more healthcare than you need as a 20-year-old, right? So in the moment where your social security might become very important for you, you end up jumping between social security systems. Even though there's only one responsible for you at one time, it is possible that you switch them from year to year, from employment to employment. And therefore, we designed the idea of a sort of micro insurance or care wallet, where you have social protection and you pay into the social protection regardless of your current country of work. So if you apply as a European worker, then you can have this insurance, and you don't have to bother too much anymore about which country is the one where I have to pay my social security now, but rather you pay into a mobile workers insurance. That is something we are not used to in Europe, but in seafarers nations, that is a pretty common thing. So if you come from, I forgot the country, but the Asian countries, where if you go on a cruise ship, you will see that this is where most of the waiters and so on come from. And you can, if you want to go to work on a cruise ship, then you can apply at these countries for this social portable social protection. And be sure that wherever you work, you come home and you've got your rent and you've got your health insurance all covered, which is also good for all of the employers who want to make sure that they legally employ the people correctly and put up all the social security. So then we talked about the training of those caregivers, because there are various levels of how much training you can apply to various levels of caregiving. There are many theories on how much, which level of caregiver should be trained. Again, if we look at live-in caregiving, this is an industry that is largely unregulated because it happens in the homes of people. And we want to therefore establish a way of short modular training that is not much longer than a work week, that you can do from wherever you are, and that is globally accepted. So if you fulfill this EU Care Pass, is how we called it, requirements, then you have the training to work as a live-in caregiver. Because at the moment, there is no such training. There's nothing that is EU-wide accepted. You know how complicated it is to establish European-wide accepted education levels. If you think back to Bologna and ECTS, bachelor, master, and so on, that is a huge struggle. So we discarded the idea that was also put forth by some of the nations to have a European-wide health education system, but rather start very, very low, have a very, very simple modular training, first of all, for mobile caregivers who don't even necessarily need to be employed by companies, but rather jump from home to home, that they can do on their own, that at best is also subsidized, so they can just do it voluntary and they can just add it to their working pass. And also in this part, they should receive the information on where to get help if they need help, which European institutions are there to address if you need some help, if you are unsure which social security system is the one that applies to you at the moment, if you feel abused, or if you feel lonely, if you feel in danger of, well, all of those psychic or physical problems you might endure if you are a mobile worker. And then, last but not least, everybody agreed upon that we need a dialogue platform. There was no unanimity in how exactly that was supposed to be integrated. So we put down two possible options. The one would be to have national advisory councils. So in each of the nations, there should be an institution that is partly financed by the nation and that has regular meetings with the government or the according institutions, ministries, whatever you have that is responsible for caregiving, and in this case also a bit of education, or /on. There should probably be an and. There we go. And boards where you can then meet as this advisory council to put all those opinions together on a European level as well. Because at the moment, as we said in the beginning, this is a largely unregulated area. So where we could not really, it's on both slides. Yeah, that makes sense. I already advanced to this. Spain favors recognizing the home as a workplace for inspection, but on the other hand, there was, for example, Germany and Italy, and in Germany, it's even in the constitution, so there's no way we can change anything for that. But yeah, it is discussed in the document. There was no convergence in the question of working time regulation and how we want to organize this special sector. So is it either a special live-in status with flexible work time rules, or on the other hand, is it the working time directive, how it is at the moment, which means we need rotating shifts with multiple caregivers and there's no way around it. And both of these, I mean, it's very simplified at the moment, right? I just put the two extremes. There are several points where you can meet in the middle, but these are the two extremes. And whatever we do, we have to come up with the follow-up problems that can evolve. So if we go with the special living status, that would mean that the possible worker security is reduced. The social status might produce more problems, while on the other hand, if you employ rotating shifts, multiple caregivers, a lot of those caregiving situations in homes don't really work anymore, because for many families it's hard enough to come up with one room for a caregiver, to come up with 2 rooms for a caregiver, or having a shift system where the caregivers share the same bed, like in a submarine or something. That might be very complicated as well. And we've been talking about the funding in the beginning as well. Paying one caregiver is already hard. Paying for 2 caregivers is even harder. So yeah, this is an ongoing conflict. I don't know. It has been there since I entered the industry. I guess Marek has been here for even longer, and it's probably been there since it started. So even though we put a lot of effort into this, also we could not come up with a solution by now. Funding responsibility then turns to the question, who's going to pay for whatever we're going to do? Also here, probably the same in all EU projects. There's no unanimity in whether the funding should come from the nations or whether they should come from the European Union. And both of those options have benefits and downsides. So yeah, we just tackled them briefly, but didn't go too deep into it. And then last but not least, also probably the similar question in most of the EU projects. Are we talking about a EU legislation that actually applies to all countries, or do we try to have something that has to be included into national law, but each nation can decide on their own how exactly to implement it? If I would be a lawyer, then I would know the English term as well. I know the German term for Richtlinie, but I don't know it in English. I guess you all know what I'm talking about. So here we are not sure, or let's put it like this, we as a group, we are not sure which part should be good. We all know the benefits and downsides of them. If we have a common EU directive, then at least we know that all workers are responsible or not responsible, are part of a unanimous European Union, and they can go back to the same rights in every country they are in. They don't need to put a lot of effort into reading the national law to figure out what they can do. At the same time, if we give the nations their flexibility, which they usually want to have, because they say, well, in our country, it's a bit different. I already told you about the constitution. There are other things. Our caregiving industry works like this. Our caregiving industry works like that. We are mainly a receiving country. We are a sending country. So a lot of nations might be interested in building their own legislation, but at the same time, this means that it will probably take much longer to implement all of those steps. And as a caregiver or a mobile worker, you might have the problem that you don't really know what applies where, and then the nations probably don't really respect what the EU directive was telling you. The example we know best is the Van der Ertz visum, but there are probably also other parts where you know that European law is not directly employed if you give the nations the right to choose how exactly they want to employ it. Okay. So this is where we could not agree upon. This is also put down in the document. Now, combining all of those things together into a strategy, because it's the strategic document. We identified all those areas where we can agree upon things, and we built this 3-pillar strategy. That is, first, we need a legal hiring booster. That is what we've been talking about, where we agree upon hiring needs to be made easy. That means not too formal, not too complicated. It must be affordable. So I must be able as a family to at least consider it as a financial option to legally hire a caregiver. Otherwise, I will not do it. and it must be attractive to do so, both for the families as well as for the caregivers, because also for the caregivers, it must be attractive. It must, in theory, even be significantly better than working in the gray market or black market. Second pillar then doesn't have to do anything with the boosting the legal hiring. The second part is making sure that caregivers, workers, regardless of whatever they do, but here we're talking about the caregiving industry, receive proper training, protection, and the possibility to contact some institutions where they can get help, where they understand how they are able to organize their work, maybe also talk to each other, how they can access their social security benefits, employing, for example, this portable benefits part. And yeah, in general, just making their lives better. So even if we decide that pillar one, legal hiring booster, is so complicated that we can't really continue with this, because as I said, this is probably a discussion as old as the live-in caregiving sector, we can jump into pillar two, where we can figure out how to improve the rights and the risk mitigation for families and caregivers. Then the third pillar is obviously dialogue and governance, not government, governance. So whatever we do here, we need to institutionalize a stakeholder voice. We are a stakeholder voice here already. We have several associations that take care of this. There are projects like this where we have a social dialogue with each other, as unions, as associations, and so on and so forth. But this might come to an end as soon as those projects come to an end. So this third pillar is aiming at continuously coordinating and enabling dialogue and governance in the countries and in the European Union. So these three things, if we are able to employ all of those strategies, we should be able to improve the mobility of caregivers within Europe with high success. But tackling just one of those pillars at the same time, or one after another, should improve the situation for many people. I've been talking quite a lot, and now there are a lot of slides on the pillars step by step, but I think I'm just going to jump over them so that we can go into the conclusions and you can participate in the discussion, unless you really want to hear more of me. Otherwise, I recommend you to read the document, because whatever I tell you now, it becomes very detailed, and it's probably hard to grasp just based on one slide. Yeah? So this is our pillar one. This is the expected impact of the pillar one. Pillar two and pillar three are just one slides where we talk about the rights and risk mitigation, and the dialogue and governance, where we want to end up with EU-level forums and communication with each other, with other associations, unions, and so on. And all of those measures that we draw out in this document are very much in line with all of the EU policies that are already out there, and they are in line with the competencies that the European Union has. So in theory, if it's really wanted by all nations and all councils and whatnot is there that has to agree upon this, in theory, those things could be decided within the European Union and then put into power either at the complete union or at least via directives in the nations. So here we go to a very, let's say, realistic approach. The only thing that might be a problem is that any changes in social security, so this portable social security system, and the idea to probably change payment of caregiving are excluded from the EU competence. So this might be something that needs further do within the nations. We can only, as European project, put out suggestions, but can't decide on something. Okay. There we go. This is basically the same already summarized. What's the idea of the plan of this roadmap that we come up with? If you put a lot of money into it, and if we all can agree that those measures that we identified are the ones that are supposed to be put into place, then we came up with a roadmap that would be able to change the situation of mobile workers in the live-in caregiving industry up until 2031, 2032, with the pillars that are very important. We would start with pilots, let's call it like this. The most easy parts that we identified were, for example, a portal where you can apply for an A1 form if you work with worker posting, right? Many nations already have a digital A1 portal, but not all of them, and they're also not on the same platform. So it's hard to evaluate whether an A1 is okay or not from the outside. Usually you don't have any way of outside access. So if you, for example, are a worker, then you can't easily check via an onion portal whether you are really socially secured in your home country. You just have this piece of paper, but whether something changed or not, whether the office decided to withdraw it, you don't really know. Yeah? So that's one part where you could start. Subsidy pilots can only be done within the nations and also only if there are fundings available, which is, let's call it like this, not so likely, but still we had to write it down. What is rather easy would be to have this EU Care Pass. Why? Because 40 hours of e-learning in most of the European languages is pretty easy to come by now. There are a lot of such trainings already out there, but as we already said, they're not universally accepted or accredited. So this would basically be to take an education system that is already out there, figure out whether the quality meets our standards, and then make sure that there is awareness amongst the mobile workers, and that we can monitor whether it is used, adopted, and whether families or care receiving persons like this. So this is the low-hanging fruits of the strategy. Let's call it like this. This is something we could start with. And after doing this, obviously evaluating the pilots, and by then we should be able to figure out, well, not I, but lawyers should be able to figure out minimum standards directives that can then either be put into European or national legislations, and some form of budget integration until that starting decade in 2030. And well, then we need to figure out whether this is something the European Union really wants, and whether we want to scale this up and evaluate whether it works well. And all along the road, we obviously need monitoring. We need a lot of dialogue with each other, with all institutions that are part of the strategy. And we need to adjust based on the indicators that we put down in the document, and that we also continuously adapt to reality. All right. I already put this down in the executive summary. So we're talking here about the risks and possible mitigations. I think we don't need to go through these again. What I want to leave you with is that the key takeaways of the strategic document and our work are that formalizing care work is a win-win-win. So it's not only good for the families, it's also good for the caregivers. It's also good for the countries if we are able to have more legal work. You know this from all industries, especially those of you who are part in industry overarching associations or similar. Leaving the black or gray market is always a good idea, but it has to be done in a structured manner. It has to be done in a way that nobody's left behind, because you might as well just destroy something that is working well informally, but it's not working well formally. And just making something formal does not mean it's continuing to work. Yeah. So here we go with the ideas of subsidization and simplification, and the idea to continuously improve what we want to do. Why is it also important to do this? If you think about the gender distribution of live-in caregiving or caregiving in general, we're talking about a mainly female occupation, and one of the goals of, I guess, the society as a whole is to make sure that women's rights are more respected and to make them equal, and formalizing care and improving the situation of caregivers in general. Also, those mobile caregivers in special, because they are often not seen, because they move across nations, they move across social systems. It is very important, and it's very good for gender equality to put more effort into this topic. And yeah, then let's just provide a lot of success stories so that everybody is very motivated to continue with all of our endeavors. And now in the document, we put down some EU funding sources, but that's probably boring. If you ever look for some, then look into that. Many thanks also to the partners in Brussels who helped me with coming up with them. And that's basically it. Oops. Thank you very much for listening, for taking part in the empirical research and providing me with answers and insights from your countries, also in a written form, that made it much easier for me to provide a more or less overarching view of our project, and not just my personal opinion or the opinion of few partners involved here. So yeah, that's a result of all your work, and I hope you are happy with what we produced here together. And now I think I can give back to Marek to discussion, comments, and so on.
Yes, thank you very much, Tobias. This was very interesting, and obviously we have a collision of approaches, bottom-up approach to top-down approach, or versus top-down approach, also to the strategy, how to proceed. So there is, apparently you all see that there is more questions than answers still. But at the same time, we know, I think we are much richer in realizing the potential effects of taking one path or another. So that's the certainly added value of our project and of the documents that came out of it. I will open the floor now for the discussion about how to strategically approach the care, live-in care sector and live-in care services. We've heard about the demographic changes. We've heard about the systemic pitfalls and about the everlasting problem of too high a demand and too low as supply. And now I give you floors to comment and perhaps ask questions to Tobias and Marcin and I to make the next step. Marcin?
Thank you, Marek. Tobias, that was I must say self-critically perhaps that this was probably the best presentation given within this project, mine once included. So thank you very much. It was brilliant. Like getting the grasp together of what we have achieved and what are the ways to go. So I would say kudos for that. Thank you very much. It's been brilliant.
Don't believe it, but I accept. Gratefully.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. And I would say perhaps the ways to go are apart from the very deep and dense analysis, something that is a huge added value, right? Of course, there are some issues that perhaps cannot be resolved by us researchers or practitioners. But the action need to be taken by the government, right? But getting them the document or showing them the document as such enables them basically to have some foundation for their further ideas, right? Especially that perhaps we can say that just now there's some sort of if we can call it like that, some sort of a momentum for care, right? Which of course will be gaining some more momentum as we go, which is obviously caused by the issue of the aging of societies, right? So basically, this is a brilliant start for other ideas in the field. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. It means a lot to me to hear that from you, especially as well.
That's my pleasure.
And maybe
no critical remarks. Come on.
If I just add too much in, I guess you're right. I mean, the thing is, we put a lot of effort into talking about this. We research it. We make the concepts, and there are fields where we, as we just said, converge. And I think a lot of nations might already know that. Like talking about the idea of having an education system that is easily accessible or something. That's nothing you necessarily need to do on an EU level. But now talking nation-wise, I can only talk about Germany. It feels like this particular sector is something that nobody wants to touch because you can only burn your hands. Either you end up in the way that people tell you that the workers' rights are not respected, or that the families are not respected in their need for care. So politicians don't really want it. The industry is stuck because why would you, let's say our association decides to build an education program that everybody can use, like all of the caregivers. Then we would only provide this to people who are members of our association. And therefore it's already doomed to fail. So somebody else probably needs to accept, at least in Germany, that the sector is existing. And in the past few months, there was more media echo on the industry. So maybe something is happening. But then again, we thought the same thing already 4 or 5 years ago when the coalition had the plan to regulate the mobile caregiving industry, and they basically did not do anything, just set up a work group. So yeah, just as a side note, doesn't really help for the project, but I wanted to agree with Marcin. In theory, it's pretty easy to do something if the nations would want to do something, and if we as an EU project can provide the nations' governments or also the EU with some guideline on if you want to do anything, just basically anything, just pick one of those low-hanging fruits, and you don't have to tackle the whole problem with the working time and so on and so forth. You can do other things to make the life of mobile workers in the living caregiving industry easier, and therefore also lives of other mobile workers.
Can I add to this? Because obviously the conclusion is very depressing, because every time I hear that some politicians in Germany are talking about the need to change or, God forbid, regulate the live-in care sector, I always ask, how long are we before the next elections? Because it is a very good political topic. Unfortunately, from what I observe, for the last 15, maybe 20 years, there has been no substantial change in the reality here. And the reason for that, I think you described it very well, is that it works pretty well unregulated. And in a group of experts here, we know who pays the price for it. The caregivers, of course, with unregulated working time, and the companies who provide this service taking the risk of non-compliance. Because if an accident happens, and in the past accident did happen, with incidents with alcohol or with beating care recipients, or treating the caregivers in a slavery-like way, those incidents, they reach the media immediately, and they distort the otherwise quite a positive picture of the service. Because if you realize, if you look at the numbers that we have gathered in this research, and you realize how big is this sector. There are 3.5 million households in Germany who are receiving the Pflegegeld, the allowance for care. And of course, out of these 3.5 million, around 1 million are in need of constant care, what we call, or what the industry calls, 24-hour care. But this shows that the number of incidents, negative incidents, is relatively small, or at least the incidents that we know of is insignificant. So the policymakers know about it, and I think they are afraid that if they regulate, it will always be over-regulated, in the sense that it will push part of the market under the radar completely, and the other part will be unaffordable. So I used this expression before, turning the blind eye on some of the irregularities, to put it mildly, is a very low social price that the policymakers are willing to pay in order to have this huge social problem solved. Otherwise, and we came to that conclusion within our work, we would need heavy subsidies from public sources in order to finance this service and make it affordable at the same time. So this conflict of interest, economic conflict, is embedded in the sector. Well, that was my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I looked up because I was interested in the number. By the end of 2024, it's actually now 5.6 million Germans who receive Pflegegeld. So that's almost twice as much.
Okay, my data is from 23. So within 2 years, we've got 2 million more, almost 2 million.
Yeah.
I will to also add here the division. I would say that Tobias also mentioned between the competences of the union and the competences of member states, right? And of course, the thing is that like member states want to retain the competence over their health issues, basically, or health care in general, right? So they are obviously unwilling to allow others, other member states, to step into that capacity, right? So this is also a source of a tension, and perhaps having like an umbrella a regulation, the Richtlinie that you mentioned, perhaps that could be simply regulation which would work for everybody, or a directive, but the directive then needs to be transposed into national orders, right? So the directive may create further discrepancies between legal orders, of course, having a core of joint European orders. Perhaps the issue here could be also that it is not still in the pipeline, it is not envisaged, but perhaps we may hear within 1 or 2 years about a project of or draft of a new directive concerning posting of third country nationals, right? There's some talk about it. The quality jobs roadmap apparently was meant to be unveiled in the second quarter of this year. It probably will be unveiled at the beginning of the third quarter, as I hear. But perhaps there will be something therein about that directive. So this is so much about taking about talking about the momentum that I mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcin. If there are no other questions there are. Leonard, go ahead. You need to join Cecilia.
Hello again. Sorry again for the technical problem.
When is on now?
Can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Yes. No, I just wanted to say thank you very much, Tobias, for your presentation. It was very, very clear indeed, and I grasped all that we discussed. And it was also very clear the parts that we agree and we don't agree, which is always a problem when it comes to policy making. I think I agree with what Marek said in terms of issues within finding the policy focus and the policy investment of such a sector. But I think it also comes not only because of the issues you mentioned, but also as a cultural background that in some countries, such a sector is seen as something that, it doesn't need to be this formalized. It doesn't need to be this valued. It doesn't need to be, and this is indeed a problem that we have across several European countries. And that's one of actually the advocate points that we try to do here at the EU, is like to actually show, no, this has to be integrated, it has to be valued, and it has to be formalized and professionalized. And on the side of that, I also think with also Marcin said about the upcoming or the possible upcoming legislation that of course has to do with competence. It also has to do with the fact that there is a higher focus on healthcare. And so like a lot of our fight at the EU level is to try to bring this sector into consideration, because it is also part of the care as a whole and something that we need to provide. And I think that is quite interesting to notice that there is an upcoming document, which is the care deal. I don't know if you have looked into it, where we will also hopefully push forward the integration of this sector as a very important one, living care work, home care bed, etc. That I think it's not. I don't think the political willingness to work on this has a lot of a lack of value. Also, the fact that it's a very like gendered sector, so it's mostly women. So it's easy to to put it to leave it aside as well. It's not something that it's going to be put as a priority right now. And of course, also our political context that doesn't really support perhaps always such policies right now, even though there is an argument that competitiveness and social policy should be hand in hand, etc. But we know how that goes. So yeah, that was basically just to say that I agree, but then I also wanted to add one or other points to it. That's basically my comment. Thank you. Sorry.
No, thank you very much. It's interesting. It has been talked a long time about this care deal, right? It has been in the room forever, and nothing is really there yet, is there?
Yeah.
But now something is going to happen, probably.
Yes, we think so, because it's really written in like this quality jobs roadmap. I think it's there in the final paragraph or in the final like big text of it, where they talk about the importance of like support services and care and child care and the long-term care, which is basically the biggest focus you have on the EU. They then go and they mention the care deal. So like, which is indeed the first time I really believe it's going to happen, and it's foreseen for next year, I think. So yeah, so that could be also an interesting opportunity, perhaps, when advocating for it, to use some of the things we work within this project, and to also use some of our organizations, including LEFC and so on in Europe, to really like bring forward some points, perhaps. Yeah.
Cool. Well, looking forward to that.
And I'm reluctant to big projects. I'm very much in favor of small steps, changes, especially in areas as complicated as ours. So I'm afraid that the advantage of our strategy is that it is divided into small steps. So as you said, you don't have to implement everything in order to improve the situation, improve the market. So in this way, I think it's a very good strategy, because you can test it step by step or point by point, and not necessarily making a revolution that everybody is afraid of. As you said, the hands will be burned if we touch it. So I actually believe in implementation and propagation of good practices, which is slowly happening in this area, I believe. That's my quest for an optimistic ending of the discussion and wrapping up the conference. Anyone else? Thank you, Leonor, for your comments. John?
I just wanted to add a little comment. Yes, I agree with what Tobias proposed, with your comment. I believe that if we need to change something, yes, it's exactly as you are saying, step by step, so that we can, on the way, even correct ourselves if that's necessary. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, John. And we all hope
Yes,
these
thank you.
changes will bring the result before we need care. Anybody else wants to take the floor?
To może jeśli Marku pozwolisz,
If I may, this has been very interesting what you have said, all of you, and I want to join you, Marek, in what you have said at some point. So in order to implement these solutions effectively, we need to secure appropriate funding. Without access to funding and support, it would be really difficult to expect a family or a care recipient to formally hire a caregiver, and because this is an additional burden for them. We need to make the system more efficient, and in order to do that, we must first of all need to streamline the administration and organization. So there will be institutions who will simply address the problems, but we need to secure a source of funding as well. And this is crucial when you take into account the employer's perspective, and also when you speak about dialogue, the work needs to be formalized, and we cannot leave the families and the caregivers and the care recipients on their own. This is very important because this work it's a service, it's non-standard, it's difficult to examine it, it's difficult to inspect it, as you've said this here, and I want to repeat it, but I just want to make you aware that this financial aspect is of utmost importance. Thank you.
Indeed, it is. Thank you very much. Daniel.
Muchas gracias, Marek. Bueno, yo simplemente...
Thank you very much, Marek. If there are no more questions and comments, I would like to thank Tobias for his presentation. I would like to thank Marek and Marcin for their presentations as well. Before I hand over to Grażyna so she can wrap up today's meeting, I would like to say something. I would like to take you through the next steps. I am sure you have seen there is going to be an online meeting. And there is going to be an important thing. So we will send you an email with a form that you will need to fill in to be able to assess the impact our project has made. It's also important for us to disseminate information about the project and the documents which are the products of this project. So please do disseminate information and, of course, provide some evidence to demonstrate that you have done so, and send the evidence to me. And this meeting, online meeting, I would like us to meet in the first or second week of February, and I will communicate this via email. Yeah, we need to have another online meeting. And at the upcoming online meeting, we can discuss the in-person meeting, which will be held in Warsaw, in Poland, in March this year. It is going to be a huge event. And I hope we will be able to discuss it at our online meeting in February. Thank you very much for taking the time to attend this meeting. Please don't forget to fill in the evaluation questionnaire. You will find a link to it in chat. Please do fill it in before disconnecting. And also, please disseminate information about the project and its outputs and provide evidence of doing so to me. And if there are no more questions or comments, I am handing over to Grażyna so that she can wrap up the meeting and officially close it. So over to Grażyna, and thank you very much.
Can I, before Grażyna?
Bardzo proszę, Marku.
Yes, I just wanted to remind everyone about our meeting in Warsaw, and especially in the second day, there will be 2 workshops devoted to our project. One will be already, I know it from today's meeting, about the forms of employment most suitable for this kind of services, especially when they are provided cross-border. And the second one will be about the practical issues related to care as a service. So we will be talking about what should be the substance of the training of caregiver and what constitutes the essence of this type of work, so we can understand better the needs or the adjustments in the employment conditions, but also in the quality of the service, which leads to affordability of the service itself. Yes, everybody is invited, and we'll also produce a discount code for those who are not part of the project, because obviously you're welcome to participate for free, but well, it's not for free. It's for the generosity of the European Union who supports this project. But for non-participants, we have a special discount, which I have put in the chat, so don't hesitate to share it with your friends and colleagues who would be willing to come to Warsaw. And we'll see each other on 11 and 12 of March. Thank you very much, and over to you, Grażyna, now.
Bardzo dziękuję. Proszę Państwa,
Thank you very much. I would like to remind you that you need to fill in an evaluation questionnaire. The link to it is in the chat. On behalf of the Federation, I invite you to attend the meeting in Warsaw. We will definitely advertise it a lot, because the topic of the Congress and of our project is really vital. Thank you very much for attending this meeting, for preparing very interesting and crucial presentations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very good meeting. I'm so happy we could meet. I wish you a very pleasant and quiet afternoon, and see you soon, because we are going to meet online and also in person in March. Thank you very much, and all the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you too. See you soon again.
Thank you. Tobias, can you stay here?
Yes, of course.